All right, hello everyone. It is 7:31 on the dot, and I'm meteorologist Grace Thornton. We're going to go through the forecast as we shift into the next couple of hours here, talk about some of our model data that we're getting in, and of course talk about that flood risk. We are still under a flood watch tonight and into tomorrow till 7 p.m. for your Sunday. So we just want to make sure everybody is, tuned into the forecast, has a clue of what's going on the next 24 to 48 hours. So, we can continue to monitor what's going on across our area. All right, let's take our Max 1 computer full. I have our camera of Lake Travis pulled up. Of course, those sometimes islands actually looking like islands now, not really looking as much like a peninsula like it sometimes does. We have filled up quite nicely for Lake Travis. I believe we're up to about 78% over that way. I actually have our hydro met pulled up here to see about those lake levels. I'm looking at Lake Buchanan. We're still sitting at 661 feet right now, and I believe the top of that threshold is going to be 680, so only about 20 feet away from being completely full. We get completely full there, but we also, there's still a stretch of blank space. Basically, full is just where they kind of stop letting that water flow into Lake Travis, and then they kind of have what they call like I believe it's a floodplain there that can let some more water in if need be. But after Lake Travis gets all the way full, then they may start some flood operations here in the next couple of days. But, right now, most of the region is completely dry, which is good news as we head into the night tonight. I do think we're going to have, we skipped all the way to the bottom there. I didn't want to do that. So we are pretty much dry across our entire viewing area as of right now, 7:33 p.m. You can see that behind me there. Let me pull this up a little bit wider for you. Yeah, you can see on our radar, we really have pretty much nothing going on at the moment. I do see a small stray shower at the north end of Williamson County, but you may notice that there are a couple of areas north of Llano and Mason County. That is going to be actually a flood advisory. We'll move through this really quickly. And this is a flood advisory from a storm that happened actually a while back, maybe even 3 or 4 hours ago now, over in McCullough County. And that shifted through McCullough and San Saba here in the last couple of hours. You can see if we go all the way back to about 5:30, 5:20, that just moved north of Mason County there. They issued a flood advisory for it due to some heavy rainfall rates, and now we still have a flood advisory in those areas in San Saba County due to some of that heavy rainfall, which will certainly influx some of those creeks or rivers over that way. But for the moment, we're not looking at things that are really too bad. We had one isolated storm over towards Bastrop County this afternoon, and since then we've mostly been seeing dry conditions. Now, is that going to continue for the rest of the night? I don't think so. I do think we're going to dry out until about maybe 4 or 5 a.m. tomorrow. It's possible also that we see an isolated storm a little bit later on tonight, but things are going to be very isolated, mostly dry. Most of us will see very dry conditions as we shift into Sunday, but I put about a 50 to 60% chance for rain as we shift into a Sunday. So let's kind of look at our most recent high resolution data. We already went over our flood advisory to the north of us, and here is our look at our satellite and radar. You can see a lot of that rain shifting up to the north and east above Austin, really not dealing with a lot since earlier on today. We maybe had a few spots and sprinkles, and then of course we had one storm out towards Bastrop County, but other than that, things have been generally very quiet. So here is our flood outlook for the rest of our Saturday. You'll see the large polygon of our slight risk, which is a level 2 out of 4, not out of 5, because for the flooding categories. They only go up to 4. They don't go up to 5. So most of the state of Texas is underneath some sort of risk, from Austin, almost close to Houston too, out towards San Angelo, up towards Dallas, Waco, again Austin, San Antonio, a little bit on the outskirts of this in that marginal risk, and then Del Rio also. A lot of the rain tonight, as we went through our 5 and 6 p.m. shows, a lot of the rain is expected to kind of stay out towards this area. I'll try and draw it for you, but you know, Mason and Llano County are technically within this. Could be clipped by some heavy rainfall rates, some stronger storms out there. But again, most of the rainfall is going to be just to the west of us as we shift into our Sunday. Now, is it going to stay like that all of Sunday? Probably not. But it's just important to note that this area that I've just circled is what the Weather Prediction Center put out a couple of hours ago as to where exactly they think a lot of those showers and thunderstorms are going to bubble up as we head into early tomorrow morning. And then here is our Sunday flood outlook. You can see that generally we're going to go down in the potential for flooding across our area. I mean, this still includes portions of the I-35 corridor out towards the hill country areas, Mason, Llano, portions of Gillespie County. Just remember, have a way to get alerts throughout our Sunday. I do think that this map is also going to change up a little bit. I would not be surprised if they shifted that slight risk, the yellow color, a little bit further towards the I-35 corridor when they update these maps here. I believe they'll do an update around 10 p.m. So by our 10 p.m. newscast, we should have some new maps available for you guys. Okay, so this is going to be our HER model. This is not our in-house model that we use sometimes. I think this is doing a lot better of a job, especially in the past couple of runs, to figuring out what's going to be going on in the atmosphere tonight. It shows a couple of isolated to maybe scattered storms, very, very isolated in nature, pretty localized as well. That continues until about 8 p.m. tonight. And then as we head towards 10 p.m., it continues to show one isolated thunderstorm down towards the Blanco County area and stretching into, Blanco and then Johnson City. That looks like it's going to be pretty, here and then there, here and then gone again. And then as we head into midnight, most of the region will be dry. Not everyone is going to see rainfall tonight. Honestly, the majority of us will not see rainfall tonight. But as we head closer and closer to those 1, 2 a.m. markers, even 3 a.m., of course, if we look out towards the western hill country, things start to get a little bit more active. Again, I already circled this area when we were looking at our flood outlook just a moment ago. Again, areas just to the west of Mason, potentially including Mason and Llano County, portions of Gillespie County, are going to see some more activity as we head into those early morning hours of our Sunday. And one thing that I actually didn't note, but is kind of interesting to learn in the field of meteorology and studying weather, and of course the way that the National Weather Service puts out those alerts, actually our flood outlook for tonight includes, it basically goes from 7 a.m. one day to 7 a.m. the next day. So what I just showed you, we'll go back. For Saturday, this is going to go until basically 7 a.m. on Sunday. And then the Sunday one goes from 7 a.m. on Sunday to 7 a.m. on Monday. Includes that whole 24-hour period. So, most of our Sunday outlook starts at 7 a.m. is going to be highlighting those areas out towards the western hill country for potential for flooding. Again, those areas that I circled just a couple minutes ago, those are the areas that we're looking at for the potential for flooding. So let's shift forward again. Again, isolated chances for maybe a shower or thunderstorm as we head towards midnight tonight. Again, most of us won't be feeling that rainfall or really seeing any at all, but of course there is that risk. Then after midnight, shifting towards about 3, 4 a.m. is when we look out towards the western hill country. I believe that's called the big country, as we will see some slow moving storms, maybe clip Mason, Gillespie, Llano County once again. And if we head even further into our Sunday morning, this actually forms into a line of showers and thunderstorms. There is a slight kind of like cold front boundary to the north of us tonight that should be, you know, generally pushing some stuff east. I think this is why that is organizing in a line like that. So as we head towards 6 a.m., again, still 6 a.m., the majority of us are dry, but you see these very heavy downpours out where the Llano River continues to flow, the San Saba River, potentially eventually maybe Pedernales River. Heavy downpours in those rivers can cause flash flooding, so those are the areas that we really want to just make sure that we're keeping track of, so that if there is a larger wall of water shifting our way, shifting into Mason and Llano County, eventually we will be able to track that and let people know a good while ahead of time. Again, we also, you know, the National Weather Service issues those flood advisories, flood warnings, and they do them for a very extended portion of time, usually like 2 or 3 hours. For those warnings, just because a lot of the time, unless it's a flash flood emergency, even a flash flood warning, many times it could take maybe 30 minutes to an hour for water to reach you. But of course, in a flash flood emergency, like what we saw last weekend in some places, the water is rising rapidly. It's rising within minutes rather than hours. So if you see emergency on your phone, take that into account. It is an emergency. You need to get to higher ground. Again, basically, we're watching these areas of the far western hill country for Sunday morning. And then as we shift further into our Sunday morning, mid-morning on Sunday, 9, 10 a.m., that's when some of that gets closer to our viewing region, and it also looks like some areas in the I-35 corridor as well as the coastal plains could see some isolated or scattered showers and thunderstorms start to initialize ahead of that line, and it does look like that line is going to start to weaken as we head into our Sunday morning, or throughout our Sunday morning. So let's move into Sunday afternoon. Again, our flood watch covers all of this time period. Flood watch goes until 7 p.m. tomorrow night, and that covers all of our I-35 counties and our hill country counties. Here is midday on Sunday. To me, this looks a little bit sloppy from her model. Not sure this is exactly what the radar is going to look like at midday tomorrow. I still think that this model has some learning to do as we head throughout our Sunday. I think it will kind of, it will figure itself out. So I don't think that I would say from midday onward, I'm a little bit skeptical as to the confidence of this model. But again, the main thing that you want to take away is going to be the potential for isolated to scattered heavy downpours in places. Again, we've already highlighted that mostly this is for those hill country areas, places with the Llano River, San Saba River, Lake Travis, which is technically closed because they've had an influx of debris and water and stuff like that, you know, over this past week. But again, most of those areas already have very saturated soils. We're a little bit less worried about the places out towards Bastrop and east of the I-35 corridor just because their soils aren't as saturated, and also they don't have the issue with elevation that the hill country has and those steep valleys that the hill country has because it's much flatter over there. They don't have as much elevation or change in elevation. So here's 12 p.m. Sunday. There you go. And again, I don't think the radar is going to look exactly like this on Sunday afternoon. I think there may be some dimples. I think it'll look maybe potentially a bit more isolated in nature. But then we shift into Sunday afternoon. Here's 2 p.m. and then pushing further towards about 4:30 or 5 p.m. This I have a little bit more confidence in. Isolated, larger storms that have very heavy downpours in them. Again, 5 p.m. We still have 2 hours to go before that flood watch is going to expire. And then as we head closer and closer to that 7, 8 p.m. time frame, personally, I think we are going to get a little bit drier. But this model seems to show that 10 p.m. Sunday will still be dealing with scattered showers and thunderstorms. But we'll kind of have to see how this goes. For me, I think my best confidence in, an hour by hour window, I think what I showed you up until about midday tomorrow is what I think is the current scenario as for now. As for tomorrow afternoon, I do think those storms may be a bit more isolated in nature, and I'm also expecting those heavy downpours and those high rain rates in some areas. So again, kind of takeaways is going to be those hill country areas. Look out for heavy downpours as we head through our, again, Sunday morning and potentially for our Sunday afternoon. Places in the coastal plains, in the I-35 corridor, you may see rain, you may not see rain. It's going to be generally for those far western areas. All right, let's go back to, or actually, let me show you the 7-day. So our weather impact alert, that is in place for today. That is also in place for tomorrow because of the heavy rain that I just showed you that we're expecting for portions of our region. And then Monday, a little bit drier. Tuesday, a little bit drier. And as we head into the end of next week here, much drier and also hotter, potentially 99 to 100 degrees by next weekend. I think a lot of Texans will maybe even be happy to see that. Okay. I do want to check on some of our rivers and streams around the area, and then I can get back to that forecast for you guys, just do another overarching look, and then I'll probably hop off until about 9 p.m. is when I'll come back on. By 9 p.m. I also will have a couple more model runs, be able to, see similarities, differences between those two things, and kind of figure some stuff out for you guys and get some better confidence of what we're expecting for our Sunday afternoon. Because again, for Sunday morning, we're looking at like 6 a.m. for that line to approach the hill country. It's a little bit up to, kind of a question mark, as if a lot of times storms move into the hill country and they tend to really take a weakening pattern on, and potentially that could happen tomorrow. But again, our soils are much more saturated out towards that area, so that's what we're looking at for potential flooding. I am taking a look across our hydromet, the LCRA. If you go to the lcra.org website, you can go to the hydromet too. There's tons of river gauges, rain gauges. You can see how much rainfall a place has gotten. You can see the rising or falling level of many rivers, the Llano River, Pedernales River, even up to the San Saba River as well. So I'll check in on the San Saba River, which is pretty steady over near the Brady area. They did receive some heavy rainfall earlier today, but it looks like that river is pretty steady, holding pretty steady at the moment. There's been no major rises. They haven't reached an action stage or a flood stage at all in those areas. And the last update on this was 7:48 p.m., which is literally 1 minute ago. So very current information. Nothing happening at Cherokee Creek. For the Llano River, nothing happening there. Whether you're in Llano or out towards Mason, things are actually technically still decreasing from where they were at even 24 hours ago. I doubt towards the Sandy Creek area in Kingsland that feeds into Lake LBJ, not seeing anything there. You guys have been pretty dry all day as well. And then, so any of the rivers that could have been influenced by some of that heavy rain in the north and western portions of our hill country this afternoon, doesn't look like they have risen or increased too rapidly or at all, really. Okay, so I'll show you our radar once again, and then we'll kind of go back into those risk factors for tonight. So we'll start off with the flood watch, which is going from now until 7 p.m. on Sunday. This also impacts areas to the north and to the west of us. again, out towards San Angelo, almost if you could draw a triangle from San Angelo to Mason down to Del Rio. That triangle is kind of the area where we're thinking most of our rainfall is going to occur as we head through the next 12 to 24 hours. And then, of course, we've got the potential for some of that inching into our hill country here in central Texas, and then closer to the I-35 corridor may be possible. So this continues until Sunday at 7 p.m. Here's our current radar as of 7:49 p.m. on your Saturday. We're totally dry across the area. There may be some clouds out there, but in general, we are looking good for at least the next several hours here. It won't be until potentially 9 or 10 p.m. that a stray shower or storm could spark up. And here is our flood advisory from earlier on today. Well, technically it's still ongoing until 10 p.m. but there was a storm moving across McCulloch County and into San Saba County, which continues to shift up towards the Waco area, leaving those areas dry for the moment, which is also good news for our central Texas region. So you can see central Texas here, Austin to San Antonio, down there, even up towards the Waco area. Those areas seeing some heavy rain at the moment, but again, here in Austin, we're totally dry for the minute here. This is going to continue as we head into the next several hours. Like I said, I'm not really anticipating major rainfall in our area until potentially 3 to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning are those possibilities going to really increase. A boundary to the north and west of us tonight, you can see up towards San Angelo. A lot of those showers and thunderstorms are riding along that boundary and kind of taking a lot of that moisture away from our region. And then a lot of that leftover moisture is actually shifting down towards the highlands of Mexico there, just at the base of those mountains. So we'll be watching that as we head into tomorrow. Potentially that could make its way back to the north. Okay, so we actually have an update for tonight. Our flood outlook has increased for those areas basically that I just circled. I said we should draw a triangle from Mason to San Angelo down to Del Rio, and that's basically exactly where we saw that flooding potential increase as we head into Saturday night and early Sunday morning. So again, this flood outlook, this includes 7 a.m. Saturday to 7 a.m. on Sunday. So you know, we're talking about how we're going to dry out for the next several hours. That's probably going to continue well into midnight, potentially past midnight. And then as we head closer and closer to those early morning hours of Sunday, that is when we are going to see that upgraded risk for flooding. Again, a moderate risk, a level 3 out of 4. So something we really need to take seriously if you got friends and family in San Angelo, Mason County, Llano County, and Gillespie County for our viewing region, and then kind of shifting down towards the junction and maybe even out towards Sonora. Let's zoom in here and see exactly what. So this goes all the way out towards Sheffield, Juneau, along I-10. So yeah, Sonora is included in this. Halldale, El Dorado, up towards San Angelo, over towards the Brady region, San Saba region, so McCulloch County and San Saba County. And then, of course, we have Mason, Llano, Gillespie County. That includes Fredericksburg. These areas, especially out towards our areas of the Western Hill Country, Junction included in this too. Make sure you have a way to get alerts overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning. Again, this is going to occur at times when the sun is not out, so it's very hard to see, especially if you're on the road at night. Flooding conditions can be very hard to see across roadways at night. We actually did have reports from last week, last Saturday, where a few people did, or one person in particular was washed away when it was very dark outside. They could not see that the road had, major flooding on it, and that that water was rushing and going very fast and swift. So let's actually move into, I'm curious to know what they updated for our Sunday. Okay, so Sunday from 7 a.m. Sunday till 7 a.m. on Monday, we're still watching those areas of the Western Hill Country for that slight risk of flooding. So again, overnight tonight, we're watching those areas from San Angelo, closer to the Texas Hill Country, Llano, Mason, Gillespie County, and then out towards kind of the Junction, Sonora area for that moderate risk. Again, this was just updated probably about 15 minutes ago. So I want to show you again what our high resolution models are bringing in for tonight. So most of us will remain dry overnight. And then as we head towards those early hours of our Sunday morning, out there where you can see that activity, that is where we're going to be looking for the potential very heavy rainfall rates, 1 to 3 inches, potentially up to 9 inches. I was seeing from meteorologist Jordan Darensberg reported to me just a while ago. And then as we shift into our Sunday morning, it looks like there will be very heavy downpours, very slow moving line of storms coming in early Sunday morning. Potentially could cause downstream flooding for areas in Mason, Llano, and Gillespie County there. And those will start to shift forward into our region closer to that 9:30, 10 o'clock hour for your Sunday morning. So make sure Sunday morning you have a way to get alerts, especially the National Weather Service. If you hear it, a lot of times you'll get a flash flood warning, and the sound part will not go off. But if it is a flash flood emergency, and if your life is in danger at that very point in time, you're going to hear that sound go off, and that's when you know you really need to be moving to higher ground, finding a different place to be, and evacuating from wherever you are. So just make sure that if you're in Mason, Llano, I'll say it again, Mason, Llano, Gillespie County, those are the areas that we're watching as we head overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. So here's 10 a.m. on Sunday. And then as we head into Sunday afternoon and early evening, we'll have additional chances for heavy downpours. You can see that those are some pretty isolated storms, just 2 of them, but you see that pink and that very bright red. That means that we are going to be dealing with some high rainfall rates there. And then right now, our high resolution model keeps us wetter for Sunday evening. At the current moment, I don't have any major thoughts on that. I think that we will see drier conditions eventually for tomorrow afternoon, late in the day. But I would basically trust that up until about 12 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, so here's our 7-day forecast. Again, we're going to continue our weather impact alert for tonight due to that flood risk. That's going to go into tomorrow due to that flood risk, all day tomorrow, all night tonight. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, start to see drier conditions, and eventually much drier and much hotter as we head into our next week here. So again, we're dry for the current moment. I'm going to leave you guys like this, and I will give you back to our radar that is running throughout the night tonight. Major updates from what we've seen on this stream is going to be that moderate risk for flooding out in the Western Hill Country that was updated just a few moments ago. Again, that bullseye there. So we'll have to see if there are any other updates as we head overnight tonight. And of course, I'll be back at about 9 p.m. Right now it's 8 p.m. I've been at it for about a half hour here. So I'll come back at 9 p.m., have some more thoughts for you guys as we shift into the next couple of days here. And of course, the next couple of hours. Again, for the moment, for your Saturday night, a lot of us are dry. We're going to be dry for the next several hours. It's more so those early morning hours of Sunday that we need to pay attention to. And I'm going to be, doing some research back here, and I will meet you back here at 9 p.m. tonight. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. Here it is. Check, check, check. Okay. Just making sure. Well, I'm going to run through this again if my microphone accidentally went off. Okay, so our flood watch, this continues all through the night tonight into 7 p.m. on our Sunday. 1 second. All right, back to our flood watch. This continues till 7 p.m. on Sunday, and currently our radar is pretty much totally dry across our area. This is something that we're watching for basically within the next 2 to 3 hours. If it will verify, if it will not verify, if it starts to verify a little bit later on tonight, of course, we will let you know. We'll have some more coverage of that here on KView Plus. We'll likely have additional, meteorologists make their way into the studio so we can definitely track across the area those rising river levels, the potential for flash flooding that we could or could not see across those hill country areas. So again, none of this has started up at the current moment. It is 9:12 on your Saturday night. We have seen a couple roosterings actually across the area. That is basically when a lot of those purple martins or even the bats, they fly out of their nests closer to sunset or just past sunset at night, and they actually can be seen on radar. So we've seen a couple of those down towards Blanco and even down towards San Antonio there, but other than that, it's not really rain that we're tracking at the current moment. I will say that across our area, the wider stretch of central Texas, there is some rain around, but there is actually no rain in Austin, south of Austin, or even west of Austin. That is why some of these models, they're inputting or outputting rather these very heavy rainfall totals in the western areas of the hill country, but for the moment really nothing has set up along that line just yet. We're going to have to wait a little bit further into the night tonight to see if they will latch on to that boundary and start to spark from there. But for the moment we're totally dry across the area, which is another thing that I'm a little bit worried about. I will say it's nights like this where things are very dry across the area. We get into the night, we're pretty much dry into midnight, maybe even to 2 a.m. and then the rain starts to fall. People are already asleep and in bed, and they may not wake up to alerts, or they may not have set their cell phones or their weather radios to be on a higher volume, and things just kind of can surprise them from there. So again, across the area tonight, we're mostly dry here in central Texas, south of central Texas, and even further west out towards the hill country, dry for the moment. We're seeing some rain up towards Dallas, and then even down towards, well, this is across the border too, Laredo, Del Rio, some showers and thunderstorms in that region too. But for the current moment, all that we have to kind of go off of is the potential for storms on our HER model here, and we can go back through that here right now. So again, we're totally dry right now. Even what the HER is hinting at for 9 p.m. tonight is actually not on our map right now. So sort of good news, because maybe this is not going to verify, but also as we head further and further into the night tonight, we'll have to see if things do verify with this model. So further into about 10:30, 11 p.m. is when this model is expecting those storms to start to bubble up out there in the hill country between Burnett and Llano County. Unfortunately, these areas also have very saturated soils from all of the rainfall we've been seeing this past week. And of course, this past weekend, not a great area to be seeing heavy rainfall rates in. And then as we shift closer to midnight, that line of storms looks a little bit more organized, spanning from Burnett all the way down into Gillespie County. I will say this flood risk that was updated does include those areas of Kerr County and Hunt. We can move that over a little bit. So the scene of those larger, more devastating floods is going to be in Kerrville, which you can see right there on the map. And then to the north of that, where Camp Mystic was located, is Hunt, Texas. And those areas are included in this moderate risk for flooding flash flooding, that is. So along many areas of I-10 heading out towards the Junction area, even as far west as Sonora, Ozona, even as far west as Sheffield, which almost gets into that Big Bend area, is where we're going to see the potential for these heavy rains as we head closer and closer to this evening. So back to our HRRR model. Again, I just wanted to kind of note that those areas, Kerrville, Hunt, Texas, who saw devastating flooding overnight in the early morning hours, are again at risk for heavy rainfall as we head into the night tonight. So here's a look at 2:30 a.m. And as we shift closer to about 4 or 5 a.m., you can see that that rain still stalls over those hill country areas and even further down across Kerr County as well, and further north up towards the Waco area and even a little bit east of Waco too. So it looks like throughout our Sunday morning, this boundary is going to be quite stalled. And while it is giving way to some weakening trends closer to daybreak on Sunday and midday on Sunday, things get a little bit weaker, a little bit more scattered looking. You can see that most of that rain is actually just sort of light rain, and then there's pockets of heavy rain within that. We'll have to see what the trends are for tomorrow afternoon, but right now it looks like a lot of that rain is expected to stay stalled in our area through the first half of Sunday at least. So I'm going to go back through my talking points. Of course, we have a weather impact alert in place for today and throughout the day tomorrow, because this is the type of setup that we were thinking could happen. And at the current moment, it looks like that is where our models are going, but it's not set in stone completely yet. This is kind of just a trend that we're watching as we head towards the late night hours of your Saturday. So our Central Texas flood risk, again, weather impact alert in place today and tomorrow. We are tracking a trend for heavy rain and flash flooding in the hill country overnight tonight, potentially as far in the future as midday on Sunday. Again, I would say personally, I think about 2 a.m. tonight through midday tomorrow is going to be the time frame for the potential for heavy rain and also that potential for flash flooding. Please have a way to get audible alerts overnight. That's another thing that I think is super important as we head into a night like this. Although we're not seeing any of those trends verify at the current moment, I do think we're going to see at least some sort of isolated storm pop up out towards those hill country areas that they wouldn't have been upgraded to that moderate risk if the National Weather Service didn't think that they would see some sort of additional activity as opposed to the areas surrounding them. I do have one update from the National Weather Service. They've sent over a graphic calling for, flash flooding possible, locally heavy rain expected for the areas in the red, which I'll pull up again for you guys. For the areas in the red, the level 3 moderate risk for flash flooding, they want you to be reviewing safety plans. Make sure, we tell you guys to move to higher ground. Make sure you know where higher ground is. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Have your phone on. Make sure that the ringer is on. Again, I think I went over this a little bit earlier on in my stream, but for a flash flood emergency, they will automatically turn on the sound on your notifications. So what you hear during like a tornado warning, when there is, imminent life-threatening risk to your life, you'll hear that sound and you can make sure that you get that notification, you can read through the information, you can make sure that you get to higher ground. So I think audible alerts is something that is super important as we head into tonight. They also want to highlight, if you're camping, please stay weather aware. This is a really huge one. A lot of those floods down in Kerrville along the Guadalupe River, those were campers, those were RV people in RV parks and even mobile homes. And even closer to our area here in Travis County, we did unfortunately have fatalities from the July 4th weekend. And those areas, you know, those were mobile homes. Those were areas, you know, along creek beds and along the river. So make sure if you are camping, you are really weather aware. And honestly, I personally wouldn't risk it if I was out in the hill country in those Fredericksburg areas. For Gillespie County especially, that's the Pedernales River that runs through your county and extends into Blanco County. And then for Llano and Mason, that's going to be the Llano River that feeds into your guys' counties. Those are going to be the major rivers that we're looking for increasing water levels as we head into the night tonight. They're also calling to just make sure you're weather aware if you just have general outdoor plans. If you're closer to Austin City, you're out and about tonight, you're going to head home in the next couple of hours. I'm not really worried about you guys. I'm definitely more worried about our friends and family in the Western Hill Country. Their timeline here for the National Weather Service, late tonight continuing into Sunday evening. So they do think that even what we're seeing on the high resolution models, what I was saying I'm a little bit distrusting of for Sunday afternoon and evening, they are seeing that trend continue into our Sunday evening. Again, that flood watch is still out until 7 p.m. tomorrow, and that has not changed. Checking for any extra updates. We do have a river forecast. Just making sure. Okay, so this is for the Juneau area, which is technically outside of that moderate risk. This is actually all the way out here, not even in our viewing area technically, but they are calling for potentially for a flood, for at least some sort of flood stage tonight, up to 6 feet. As for other updates, we don't have any specific updates from the National Weather Service for our area. The last update at about 7 p.m. was just going to call for that additional 2 to 4 widespread inches of rainfall for the hill country, the areas that are under that risk there, that moderate risk, and then potentially up to 9 inches isolated for those areas. So something you really want to pay attention to as we head to bed tonight. Again, have a way to get alerts, audible alerts. That's super important. It's about 9:24, so let's just go back over the forecast once again, take a look at some of those current conditions across our area, and then I'll let you guys go. And of course, we're going to be back on at 10 p.m. We have an hour-long show to go through, so you'll be able to tune into that. And we can give you guys those extra updates as they become available. I do think just looking at our models here. Okay, so here's our radar for the moment. We're seeing very dry conditions across the area. Again, I want to reiterate that this is a trend we're seeing. This isn't something that's actually verifying right now, but as we head closer and closer to midnight, we may be tracking a long line of showers and thunderstorms that are very stable and slow moving across the Texas Hill Country. Now I do see a little bit of something here. If we're looking, you know, at the larger map, you can sort of see that some of this rain is starting to sort of feed back towards Burnett County there. Again, it's very light rain. Honestly, not even noticeable to someone who didn't study weather all the time, but something I'm seeing. If we start to see some showers or some thunderstorms, actual thunderstorms along that area, I would say that what our models are hinting at for tonight will likely verify, but you know, again, I'm going to kind of hold my horses as we head into the next couple of hours here. Okay, so here is what I've drawn up for things to be aware of. Central Texas flood risk, our weather impact alert staying in effect for tonight and even through tomorrow evening. So we're starting to see the trend of heavy rain and flash flooding potential for the Hill Country tonight, Mason, Llano, Gillespie County. Midnight tonight through midday on Sunday, potentially even into Sunday evening, there is the possibility that we'll see those training thunderstorms across that area. Please have a way to get audible alerts as we head to bed tonight. That is going to be a huge important thing as if you are under a flash flood warning or a flash flood emergency. So here's what our flood outlook looks like for Saturday night and early Sunday morning for the Austin area, as well as for areas to the west of us. Again, this is going to be mostly for us here in the KView viewing region. That's going to include Llano, Mason, and Gillespie County. For the rest of us out towards the Hill Country, this includes areas from San Angelo all the way down to Juneau and even further down towards Rock Springs and Center Point. I also want to note that this does include the Kerr County, Kerrville, Hunt, Texas, who just saw devastating flooding last week around this time. So we really want to be reiterating tonight that you need a way to get alerts as you head to bed tonight, because getting those alerts, being woken up by those alerts is sometimes the difference between getting out and or not getting out. So for the rest of us here on Saturday, there will be potential for some isolated showers and thunderstorms with heavy rainfall rates closer to the I-35 corridor as well. We're just not in that upgraded moderate risk for flooding. The moderate risk is where our eyes go to, that bullseye right there. It's in red for a reason. We really want to be watching out towards those regions. And then following that, we want to be looking at that yellow stripe from Georgetown all the way to San Marcos and down towards San Antonio. And it looks like for our coastal plains regions from Bastrop to the east, while we will have a minor risk for flooding, that level 1 risk, there will still be the possibility that you see some activity in your area. But of course, you don't have the issue with the elevation problems, which of course is specific to the Hill Country. As we head into Sunday, now this map has not been updated just yet. I do think it will be updated throughout the day on Sunday. I would not be surprised if a slight risk is able to, or is issued further towards the I-35 corridor to encompass our Hill Country areas, as well as potentially the Austin Metro too. We'll just have to kind of see how things turn out as we head into our Sunday. Throughout Sunday morning, they'll also be updating those. Okay, so as we head into tonight, this is the trend we're seeing. Heavy rainfall rates, a line of showers and thunderstorms beginning in Burnett County, stretching down through the Gillespie County, Kerr County area. Want to definitely emphasize the Kerr County area could be seeing another round of heavy rainfall and stalled rain overnight tonight. This continues into 2, 3 a.m. and even further into 4, 5 a.m. You'll see heavy rainfall rates continue to pass over the same exact areas, stalled rain over the same exact areas west of I-35. And as we continue into our Sunday morning, 8 a.m., things get a bit more widespread, weaken out a little bit across the area. I don't think that the radar is going to look exactly like this on our Sunday morning at 8 a.m. But again, I do think what we're seeing in between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m. is something to certainly pay attention to. Now we head towards midday on Sunday, and it looks like we'll still be seeing a widespread array of very light rain with pockets of heavy rain in there. So here's our flood watch. On top of our weather impact alerts for tonight and tomorrow, we have a flood watch issued by the National Weather Service through 7 p.m. on Sunday. This includes Austin proper and also those Hill Country areas. And again, this spans all across Texas tonight. It goes up towards Dallas, San Angelo, down towards Del Rio, and even goes as far west as the Big Bend area. So here's your 7-day forecast. It is now 9:31, so I'm going to hop off and get ready for my 10 p.m. show. And of course, you can tune in to KView just on regular cable out there. I'm happy for anyone who has joined us here on KView Plus tonight. I'm glad that we have this platform to be able to communicate updates to our friends and family who stay with us here on ABC. That weather impact alert, along with our flood watch, continues all the way through the day on Sunday, technically ending at 7 p.m., but we'll see how much this rain really verifies as we head into the night tonight. And then Monday, a bit drier. Tuesday, a little bit more dry. We start to see temperatures trend upwards, and of course, our rain risks trend downwards. I honestly am looking forward to next weekend with a 99 and sunshine in the forecast. I know the rain and the risks for flooding can honestly feel a little bit old at times, but I will say that the trend that we're tracking for tonight is something I want people in the Hill Country. If you have friends and family in the Hill Country, make sure shoot them a little text, say, hey, if you have a flash flood warning in your area tonight, be aware of it, take it seriously, read through the information, and get to higher ground if you need to. Even just thinking about an evacuation plan can make a huge difference in scenarios like this. Again, this is mainly a trend for the moment right now, and as we head through our 10 p.m. show tonight, I'll be showing the radar, pretty much in every weather hit that I do, and we'll be, kind of spotting things hour by hour, minute by minute, and seeing how things change as we head towards midnight tonight. And honestly, full, transparency, I'm going to be staying here at the station until likely midnight, past midnight, maybe until 1 a.m., just to make sure if we are trending wetter that somebody's here to alert you guys, and if we're trending drier, then lucky me, I get to go home. But other than that, I will be here at the station to be making sure that you guys are all safe out there in the Hill Country. We love the Texas Hill Country, and we're praying for them, and we hope that this is not another one of those situations, but if it is, we can be prepared for it, and I want to let you guys know all of that communication. So I'm going to hop off. I will see you guys on regular television on KView at 10 p.m. tonight. Check 1 2, check 1 2. All right, good evening, everyone. It has struck midnight tonight, and I am giving some updates on our flash flood risk that has rapidly risen, especially for our hill country areas as we've kind of continued into the night here. Just making sure everybody can see me. Okay, looks good. Okay. So let's get into our flash flooding issues. So basically over this past, let's say from about 8 p.m. onward tonight, we started to see this trend. It's a very similar setup to what we witnessed last week at this time with a mesoscale convective vortex, that very tight area and very surface-based area of low pressure. That was the cause of the Kerrville flash flooding. Now, fast forward to this week, we're also seeing a very similar setup as we head into the night tonight, and that is why our forecast has changed so abruptly, and we really are trying to get out the information as we head to bed tonight because I really want areas in the hill country to be safe. We've already just had way too much devastation in those regions, and regardless of, you know, the devastation to property or your house or anything like that, we really want to be saving lives as we head to bed tonight. Honestly, it sounds a little bit crazy, but from what we saw last week, you could just never be too careful. So this is what we're dealing with tonight. I added this quote here for our impact. High impact flash flooding in the hill country. So that's going to be Mason, Llano, and Gillespie County as we head to bed tonight. So that quote is actually from the National Weather Service. That is what is specifically included in their most recent forecast update for tonight. So this is going to be midnight tonight, starting right now as we head throughout our Sunday. This continues until 7 p.m. Sunday because that is when our flood watch for the area is going to expire. So we kind of just wanted to cover all the bases here. And of course, needs for tonight. If you are living in the Texas Hill Country, if you have friends and family, your parents, even of course little ones at camp, I'm sure areas out there are starting to become aware of the changing forecast tonight, but we need audible alerts. That is so necessary in these times because once those storms start to set up, we need a way for people to wake up. This is happening overnight. This is another issue when you're dealing with overnight showers and thunderstorms with rain rates of 2 to 4 inches. And of course, this is expected to stall out. So we need audible alerts to wake people up. And as you head to bed tonight, just make sure you're kind of, you know, being vigilant about things, checking in on the radars as you kind of shift into the night here and making sure that if you do get an alert, you're listening to it. Okay, so kind of what we've seen tonight, I'll pull up our little tidbits here. So again, that risk of high impact flash flooding, that trend continues to increase tonight, midnight throughout our Sunday. And again, have a way to get those audible alerts overnight. We're still dealing with the same flood watch. That's something that has not changed throughout the day today at all. We've been seeing this flood watch all day and it's continuing until 7 p.m. tomorrow. Even the National Weather Service has continued the flood watch, so they're basically giving it 2 thumbs up. This is what we're going to be dealing with as we head into the night here. Sorry, I've just got some updates in the National Weather Service chat. I'm just making sure I'm reading through those. Okay, so currently we do have some updates. I'll show this to you and I'll read it out to you right now. This is from the Texas Parks and Wildlife, their communications offices. So we do currently, technically not in the K-View viewing area, but just to the north of it, we do have a couple of flash flood warnings. That's going to be north towards the San Saba area, well, just to the east rather, in those areas. So you can see these flash flood warnings here. They've had a lot of rain. Earlier today, they had some very similar looking storms move through that area, and now they're seeing that resurge in the same area. That's a very similar forecast to what we're going to be dealing with further out towards our hill country a little bit later on as we head into the night tonight. But I do want to note, this is what we got from the Texas Park and Wildlife. They notified campers at Colorado Bend and Lost Maples of the potential for flash flooding. Apparently there are no primitive campers at Lost Maples tonight. Occupants are all in the campground. 3 sets of campers at Colorado Bend State Park, they have decided to leave as they don't want to be stranded in the park if Cherokee Creek comes up. Cherokee Creek has risen 1.5 feet. So far today. The South Llano River apparently had an overnight run special event that was taking place. The organizer has implemented their bad weather plan and is currently working to inform runners that this race is canceled. So if you have friends and family kind of up towards that region, and you're worried about, I guess there was a running event, some sort of jogging marathon type event on the South Llano River. That's been canceled, which is good news. And also, if you have campers at Colorado Bend and Lost Maples, they have been made aware of the flash flooding potential for tonight. And there were some that moved out of there. Mainly in this area, it's talking about Cherokee Creek that has risen a little bit up to 1.5 feet. So they've made a lot of people in those parks and areas aware. A lot of them who've moved out of the area. Again, that race is not going to be taking place tonight. Apparently it was overnight, which is interesting. I'd be interested to know what even that race was, but that is good news. We love to know that our communication is getting out there. People are listening and starting to kind of get in tune with the forecast as we head to bed tonight, because again, while this is impacting areas north of the KView viewing area, it will eventually be impacting portions of our hill country too. So let's take a look across the area. I do want to move over to this map because this shows our MCV, mesoscale convective vortex, that tight area, surface level area of low pressure there. And you can see that stalled boundary that goes all across the hill country. And of course that rain that's right to the south of it. So that is what is going to be causing our rain, and that is expected to stall out for many hours now, and it is not expected to move on very fast. And honestly, I think it may be moving northeast rather than east. So it you know, when things start to move here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. When things start to move this way instead of this way, and they're very, very slow moving, that keeps those training thunderstorms coming back in the same exact areas for hours and hours. And that is what our forecast is shaping up like as we head into the day today. Now, if this were to kind of shift over east, we would be able to eventually kind of cut out the hill country from that flash flood risk, and eventually it would move out towards the coastal plains later on today. But it's not looking like there is a major cold front or anything to really shift this vortex out of there. Excuse me. An extremely similar setup to what we were dealing with just last week. So we want to make sure that everyone is prepared this time and we are taking all the proper precautions, because this is just not really something we want to mess with. As you know, the state of Texas has seen so much devastation last week. We want to make sure that we are prepped and ready and saving lives as we head to bed tonight. So basically, with the flash flood warnings that are out right now, they are north of our viewing area and they have not come south yet, but there are some storms starting to spark up in the hill country closer to the Austin area. So in Llano, in Mason, you did have a few showers and thunderstorms already spark up across those northern portions of your area. I believe this is Highway 29. Yeah, to the north of Highway 29, those sparked up and have now started to move out of the region just a little bit, but you can see where that line is just going to continue to keep, that boundary is just going to keep a lot of that moisture out towards that area. This is the boundary that things are going to spark along, at least for the first part of the early morning, and then eventually it will kind of draw down and shift off to the east, but it is going to take quite a while. So let's actually look at our most current update from our HRRR model, high rapid refresh, reflectivity. Yes. Okay. So the HRRR model, this is what was able to pick up on the potential for this tonight. So we're definitely going to rely on this model. So it's showing midnight. It's basically midnight right now. We are not totally seeing this complete situation verify. We don't have this much heavy rainfall in those areas right now, but as we head into the night tonight, we are going to see this potentially rapidly increase. Earlier today, the National Weather Service in the chat, they were kind of saying that some of this is going to come in aggressive overnight. That's a quote from one of their forecasters. So while we may not be seeing right now things verify completely, I do think as we head further into the night and into those kind of daybreak hours tomorrow, things could get a little bit more aggressive and it could be quite rapid, especially with those river levels as well out there. We're going to be watching the Llano River, the Pedernales River, especially the San Saba River, as you know, we even just got that note was talking about the South Llano River there. So definitely want to keep in tune to those rivers and creeks in the Texas Hill Country tonight. Okay, shifting forward into 4 a.m. You'll see that line does not move around very much. That's the same situation as we head into 6 a.m. I will say 6 a.m. looks a lot more widespread in general. A lot of lighter rain in and around the hill country, but still those pockets are very much existent by 6 a.m. Now let's head towards about 8 a.m. Again, very similar look. Some of the dotted areas of heavy downpours move a little bit further to the east. So as we head through the day on Sunday, I do think the generalized, we're not really expecting any severe weather rather than the flash flood risk. So it'll just be heavy downpours, light downpours, back to heavy downpours, kind of just, that training of thunderstorms across the area. Thankfully, things get a little bit more widespread as we head into the middle of the day tomorrow. But unfortunately, areas of Gillespie County have been under some sort of rainfall for this entire time from 2 a.m. tonight until 2 p.m. tomorrow. So that's 10 hours of ongoing rainfall, which can certainly swell those rivers. And of course, our lake system is already becoming a little bit full as we shifted into this weekend. So I will zoom on into about 7 p.m. for our Sunday. This is when that flood watch is expected to expire for tomorrow. And this is also when you'll see that most of that rainfall is moving out of our area or attempting to move out of our area. It looks like it's just gonna weaken up. And then as we head overnight on Sunday and Monday, things seem a little bit drier to me, but we're not going to totally dry out until we head into the bulk of Monday. Here's a look at 9:30 on Monday. Let's go over our flood outlooks. So this was updated around 8 Actually, no, I think this was updated around like 9 or 10 p.m. tonight. Or no, this was already updated when I was with you guys at 7:30. Sorry, it has been a long time. Okay, so that bullseye there from San Angelo to Austin, all the way down to, I believe the Rock Springs area is how far south it goes, is going to be the areas that we're watching for that flash flooding, those training of thunderstorms, and has the upgraded risk for flash flooding tonight and through the night. So it's 12:15 now. Mason, Leno, Gillespie County, Fredericksburg, Harper, I'm trying to think, Streeter is another area out there along the Pedernales River, along the Llano River. Make sure that if you got friends and family around those rivers and those creeks that come off of those rivers, make sure that they are heading to bed with an audible way that they can wake up and see a flash flood warning or a flash flood emergency if one does happen. Also, if you're in Burnett or Georgetown along the I-35 corridor, or out towards Blanco County, you're not completely in, out of the woods. You guys are still under that level 2 risk for the Austin Metro tonight. So we will be watching for, some of those heavier downpours. Those pockets of heavy rain will be shifting forward towards the I-35 corridor as we head towards 8 a.m., 9, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that's when you guys will want to be more on alert. But for the Texas Hill Country, those areas are going to be seeing, the kind of rapid, very fast and potentially aggressive showers and thunderstorms much earlier on in the morning. 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. when people are still in bed asleep. So unfortunately, that is just one of the most vulnerable times for a population. And we really want to make sure that everyone is safe and secure out there, especially along those larger rivers. Let's actually take a check on some of those rivers. So for right now, I have our hydromet pulled up from the LCRA. This is a public website, hydromet.lcra.org. You can log on to it yourself. This is a great public resource. It's very fast. It updates pretty much minute to minute. Right now I have it set for our rainfall. And of course it's picking up some good rains out towards that San Saba area and kind of that northern spot. Really north of Taos, north of Lake Buchanan there, where we're seeing that current flash flood warning. I'll put this in the background here. That current flash flood warning that you can see behind me. For the moment, the last flood stage for those areas is going to be back on the 10th, so a couple of days ago, which is good news. And I do not see any large spikes in river levels in any of these areas, so that is good news. That will all just kind of trickle down into Lake Buchanan for tomorrow. Also not seeing any updates for the Llano River or the areas moving into the Llano River. So we have Comanche Creek near Mason. That looks like it is steady. We are steady for Willow Creek in near Mason. We are steady for the San Fernando Creek near Llano. Hickory Creek near Castell. That is also steady at the moment. And the Llano River gauge at Llano is steady for the moment. The Little Llano River near Llano is also stable, so that is good news. Okay, I am going to actually hop off of the stream and just kind of look at everything, because our forecast remains the same. We want to be vigilant as we head to bed tonight. The majority of the rainfall right now is falling out towards this, just to the east of San Saba, the Colorado River there. So as we head into the night tonight, again, we want to have a way to get audible alerts and reliable alerts for your area. Again, this is the potential for high impact flash flooding in the Hill Country, Mason, Llano, and Gillespie County as we head into the morning here. So I'll be with you at the top of every hour. I will see you guys back here in a bit.
Here's what I eat in a day to stay lean and to feel my very best.
Check 1, check 2. All right. Okay, my mic is working. Welcome back, everyone. Meteorologist Grace Thornton here with an update for your flash flood risk as we head into the night tonight. Now, we are still here in the KView viewing area seeing pretty dry conditions, but you know, not too far away are some very, very heavy downpours and some very significant thunderstorms happening just to the north of our viewing area tonight. So if we look at our satellite and radar, you can see exactly where that conglomerate of storms stands up towards San Saba, McCulloch County, those areas, also Lampasas County, and then extending up to the north there. And all of those areas, of course, you can see those red boxes are going to have some flash flood warnings associated with those storms. So we talk a lot about those rivers rising in areas. And that's something that we have started to see. We've seen the elevation of some of those rivers, especially the Colorado River, where it is close to San Saba. So what I'm looking at is the hydromet, want to call it the right thing, the hydromet from the LCRA, the Lower Colorado River Authority. In these areas where we're seeing these heavy downpours and those flash flood warnings that you can see right over there, we are actually starting to see rivers rise. In a couple of these areas out towards, I believe it was Cherokee Creek, they evacuated some people or asked, you know, campers there to leave or kind of explain the situation to them. And honestly, over towards the Cherokee Creek region, it's raining very heavily there. I'm not sure if anyone was camping, they would really want to stay, but I do know that some people have left that area. And then also on the South Llano River, there was apparently some sort of running event going on overnight tonight there that has since been canceled, and that is good news because we are starting to see those rivers rise just a little bit. So the Colorado River near San Saba, their rain gauge over that way. This is going to be along Highway 190 near Red Bluff Crossing. We're starting to see those river levels rise over the past hour, honestly, just shy of an hour. The most recent stage coming in at about 7 feet, almost 8 feet. Now the action stage or the minor flood stage for that is going to be 25 feet. So still far and away from where it needs to be. It's not, you know, coming out of its banks. We're not expecting some sort of huge wall of water in those regions, but levels are definitely starting to rise, and they're continuing to rise. And they've been doing so for the past hour about that time. So again, that's going to be Red Bluff Crossing. This is just to the south of Boggy Creek, and I believe Treywick Branch leads into this area too, and Rocklick Branch. Just naming some of these creeks nearby. Antelope Creek, Cottonwood Branch, Burnt Branch. And again, this is coming into the Colorado River. So if you recognize any of those branch names or creek names, Boggy Creek is just to the north of this area. Just make sure you're staying away from those regions because again, this water is rapidly rising, almost 2 or almost 3 feet in the past hour or so. Potentially even more than that. We're almost, so around 4 feet per hour. So that's certainly something to take note of if you're in and along that area. Again, that's up in this San Saba area, so technically north of the KV viewing area, but certainly something that we are watching as we head to bed tonight because again, some of these showers and thunderstorms are going to be moving closer to the Llano and Mason and Gillespie County area as we head to bed tonight. So just to zoom in here, these flash flood warnings, we have 2:30 a.m. This continues for the San Saba region. And then over towards Lampasas and Mills, that also goes until 2:30 a.m. So another hour and a half here that they're expecting those rains to be around. And up into the Comanche and Hamilton area, that also continues until 2:30 a.m. Some widespread rain moving towards the Gatesville area, Adamsville area, along those northern edges of 183 there. And again, you know, the Colorado River near San Saba, this rain gauge is eventually going to flow down into Lake Buchanan. So I haven't seen any major influxes in the gauges near Lake Buchanan or anything like that. Actually, I don't even think there is one. But we can check the LCRA data. Again, there's no floodgate operations going on right now. In the past hour or so, or actually since about 7 p.m. tonight, there's been a small bit of a rise, but nothing really that interesting over that way in the Buchanan Dam, leading into the Buchanan Dam. So again, we have these flash flood warnings north of our area. I did also want to note some of these rainfall rates. These are going to be radar estimated, so they're not completely, you know, they're not official. From what we're seeing in this storm, it's very much estimated, but some of those areas that I was talking about, that region of the Colorado River near San Saba, that rainfall rate there is potentially 3 to almost 4 inches per hour. These were taking over the past hour, especially out towards the Adamsville area. That's an even higher rainfall rate, potentially over 4 to even 5 inches per hour. So that region certainly needs to be watching out for flash flooding. And again, a lot of like ponding on the roadways, you know, while this is expected to, you know, be an issue for rivers and creeks. We were already going over that. Of course, this is also going to be a problem for people traveling on the roadways tonight. Again, it's a Saturday night. I know it's late Saturday night, but it's 1 a.m. Sometimes the party doesn't stop until like 2 or 3. So want to make sure that those people in those areas making their way home are totally safe as they head to bed tonight. So again, this is really the only area that is seeing activity in our region right now. We are expecting to see more showers and thunderstorms form along this boundary that was set up just a little bit ago. It was actually a lot easier to see if we back things up. Okay, so yes, we have this little area of low pressure here. That is going to be our mesoscale convective vortex. I'm just making sure I'm saying that right. Yes, our mesoscale convective vortex. So that is a very tight area of low pressure. And this is exactly what we saw last week, and it tends to exacerbate those rain rates and the potential for flooding in areas that it does form, especially because we still have a lot of weird lingering tropical moisture. It's tough in the summertime, especially living down this far south. We do not get the influence of cold fronts, nearly as much as we see in the springtime or of course the winter time here in Texas. So there just aren't a lot of dynamic influences that will take that tropical rain away from us, other than just the general, turning of the world. Weather does move generally from west to east just because of the rotation of the earth and how, the jet stream goes around things. But other than that, in the summertime, we get this big ridge of high pressure that moves over our area. We also just see these general, just kind of stagnant patterns, the further south you go and the further you go towards the equator, which that's, we're kind of smack dab in the middle of that here in Texas. So there's just not a lot of dynamic influence to be moving these things out of here. Unfortunately, this is just something that we've seen, last week. This is the same sort of setup, and unfortunately it has set up kind of just to the north of Austin now, and will influence those portions of our Texas Hill Country as we head to bed tonight. So that's why we have a flood watch out for all I-35 areas and areas west out towards the Hill Country. But that's why we're seeing a lot more widespread flood watch for tonight. And it's also why we're seeing the update of potential flash flooding for those Hill Country areas. So about 8 p.m. tonight, the National Weather Service highlighted areas of the Hill Country. Again, Mason, Llano, Gillespie County, Fredericksburg, those areas for the potential for moderate flash flooding, saying there was going to be the risk for high impact flash flooding in those areas, Mason, Llano, and Gillespie County, also extending down towards Kerr County too, unfortunately. Places that have been most devastated by the flash flooding in the past week are now under this moderate risk once again. So that's what we're dealing with as we head to bed tonight. We want to make sure that we have our phone ringers on. If there is a flash flood warning, a flash flood emergency, those come with audible sounds from the National Weather Service if you are within that within the area that it is being issued for. So you will hear it if you keep your ringer on. That's what I really would highly advise, because within situations like this, if you can get out within 10 to 20 minutes to get to higher ground, that's honestly going to be the best case scenario for you, because as we've seen over this past week, these can be really devastating events, especially here in the Texas Hill Country. So as we head to bed, here's 1 a.m. This will be our updated HER model. This is the model that we are kind of relying on tonight for our stalled boundary that we are tracking into the next couple of hours. So for our latest run, I'll actually, we can keep it over here. So into 1 a.m., this is what we're seeing right now. I will say that it's not doing a good job of verifying exactly what we're seeing on the radar right now. So right now, it's 1 a.m. We're seeing a lot of that activity to the north of us. None of that is happening here in Llano or down through Gillespie County. So part of that makes me a little bit more have a little bit more confidence that through the next couple of hours things are going to stay pretty chill here. But we're still seeing this trend as we head towards 3 and 4 a.m. that this line of showers and thunderstorms is going to stall out, and it is going to train. Basically, it is going to be stuck in the Hill Country for hours upon hours with rainfall rates, as we just saw with some of those storms north of us. Rainfall rates anywhere from 2 to up to maybe 5 inches per hour. That's what we just saw on our radar estimated rainfall totals in the past hour for the Lampasas and the San Saba area. As we head towards 6 a.m., things are looking a little bit more widespread across the area. However, heavy rainfall, especially in like southern Burnett County, I don't want to see it, and especially north northwestern Travis County. I don't want to see it there either, but unfortunately that's what we're dealing with. And also as we head closer and closer to the 8 a.m., 9 a.m. hour, you'll see that just multiple rounds of these heavy rains, drenching rains are expected for the hill country. And this is where we we kind of really get into the weeds as we head towards midday here. We're still seeing some rain in the hill country. So that, from midnight, basically an hour ago, all the way to midday tomorrow, if we're seeing rounds and rounds of heavy rain in the Texas Hill Country, it is not going to make for a good scenario. The National Weather Service, as I've been talking to them tonight, are really saying this could shape up to be a pretty dangerous situation the further into the day that we get tomorrow, because the further we get into the day and the more rounds of rain we see, the more saturated our soils are, the more rain that leads into our rivers and creeks, and the greater potential there is for that flooding. And also the more work that a lot of people here that we have to do, flood operations for the LCRA. I'm sure that will be changing up as we head into the next 24 hours to 12 hours as well. So we just want to make sure that we're keeping track of things and keeping people in the know, because obviously, on a random night like this wouldn't maybe get the attention that it's getting now because of what has happened in the past week, but it's certainly something to kind of hone in on and make sure that we are aware of. So I do have an updated forecast discussion from the National Weather Service. This was produced at 1:03 a.m., so about 10 to 12 minutes ago. Here are their key messages. So there's a couple here. There's about 4 here. So a dangerous risk with potential of high impact flash flooding is forecast later tonight into Sunday. That's something we knew already. Level 3 out of 4 risk for excessive rainfall. That's going to be for the Edwards Plateau, basically our area of the hill country that we cover here at KVUE, and the regular hill country. And then also a level 2 out of 4 risk. That's going to be for the I-35 corridor as we extend into the day tomorrow. Rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches with isolated, now this is a little bit new. Before it was isolated up to 9 inches. Now they are forecasting isolated ranges of 9 to up to 12 inches possible across the flood watch area. So that's along I-35 and then out west towards the hill country through Sunday evening. Again, our flood watch continues until 7 p.m. tomorrow, so we're watching this all day. Rapid river rises are anticipated with this dangerous flash flooding event. So they are highlighting this as a dangerous flash flooding event. I know it's a little bit hard to wrap your head around things just because really not too much is going on at the current moment. But again, this is expected to be hour by hour tracking things, making sure that everyone's okay out there and just kind of paying attention as we head into the rest of the night. So that's our most current update. And again, the further along we go into tomorrow with rounds and rounds of rain, the worse off the situation is. And unfortunately, as we head towards 3 p.m., still rainfall in our area, shifting closer to 5, 6. It's not until 9 p.m. that I would call us essentially dry outside, even 9:30 into 10. And then, of course, we have another round of rain down towards the San Antonio area. So it is going to be extremely imperative that people pay attention to the forecast over the next 24 hours because it is subject to change, and we'll see exactly how much it does. Oh, that went a bit haywire there, but here is what we're kind of looking at as we head into 2 and we'll extend towards 4 a.m. So I think this is when we'll start to see more impacts to our local areas. Specifically, you can see almost up to 6 inches or 5 inches of rainfall for Burnett County. And expected Llano, a little bit of a miss, but you can see just to the south and east of that, they're trending towards that 3-4 inch mark, and down towards Fredericksburg, that 3-inch mark also being hit by 4 a.m. too. So take that into account, and now let's extend things even further towards noon tomorrow. Again, we're seeing rounds and rounds of rain continue in the hill country. stalled out, and continuing over those same areas. So as we head towards midday tomorrow, you'll see that those rainfall totals pick up a bit. You know, Llano up to 2 inches, almost up to 4 inches out there towards Fredericksburg, and almost up to 6 inches for the Burnett area. And now this starts to move into the I-35 corridor as we head towards midday. I would say anywhere past about 10 a.m. tomorrow morning is when we're going to start to see this inch closer and closer to the metro in the I-35 corridor. And then heading into the afternoon for Sunday, we'll go into about 7 p.m. because that's when our flood watch is going to expire. You can see that we've just got widespread totals, very heavy totals. Where did my rainfall totals go? They don't go out that far. But yeah, you can see the widespread totals spanning all the way from Mason and Gillespie County all the way out to those eastern or western areas of Williamson County, which unfortunately there was already flash flooding in those areas, you know, just a week ago, literally to this exact date a week ago. So those areas are still trying to clean things up. Those areas are still trying to, you know, recover, you know, people who may be still missing in that area. I don't believe that there is any missing people at the moment. There may be 1 or 2 in those areas, but I'm not on the news side. I'm on the weather side. I don't know specifics, but again, the point is there's major cleanup efforts going on in some of those neighborhoods, especially Western Williamson, Eastern Burnett, and then those north and western portions of Travis County. That's ongoing. That's been going on all week long. And unfortunately, we just haven't had a major break from that rain. So we want to be able to give those areas there a break from the rain. And unfortunately, as we head into the next 24 hours, they don't look like they're really going to be getting much of a break there. So here's our short range model comparison. This again is like about the next 48 hours of rainfall totals in our area. I'll pull that up bigger for you guys. For our HER model, this is what we were just looking at. Anywhere from like a widespread 1 to 3 and potentially, you know, up to what the National Weather Service is saying, up to 9 or 12 inches in isolated localized places as we head into the next 48 hours. Here's a look at lake levels really quickly. I've not seen any rise in Lake Buchanan, although they do have some rainfall upstream, so must be okay situation, not moving too fast there. So here's our weather impact alert as we head into the night tonight. If you're still staying up with us, kudos to you, but this is going to continue all the way through 7 p.m. tomorrow. High impact flash flooding is what was noted by the National Weather Service, and I do believe there will be some sort of flash flooding event here in the Hill Country over the next 12 hours, at least in some sort of river or creek. So we really want to be weather aware. Again, audible alerts. I kind of explained this a little bit earlier, but if you have your phone and you turn it on the loud mode or whatever, if you are under a flash flood warning, a flash flood emergency, that will automatically go to your phone from those alerts from the National Weather Service. Also, you can sign up with the KView app. We also send alerts, and those alerts will automatically have a sound with them for situations that are threatening your life. It's very similar with a tornado warning or something like that. So make sure that you are paying attention to that. Okay, 7-day forecast. Tomorrow we will also have a weather impact day alert. As you just saw, we're going to be dealing with heavy rounds of rain throughout the day tomorrow. Just make sure you have a way to get alerts. Of course, we'll be here at KView. I'll be on and off our stream throughout the day. I am probably going to head out of here. Our next meteorologist, Jordan Derensberg, is going to be getting in around 3 a.m. this morning. So we'll kind of do a little handoff there. I'll go to bed, wake up, and be back with you guys for our Sunday evening shows. And then as we head into Monday, Tuesday, much drier conditions are expected to take over. That high pressure dome that, gives way to very hot temperatures here in Texas will be back with us for next weekend. We've got 99 in the forecast Friday and Saturday, which personally, I would love to see some sunshine and some hot temperatures right now. So that's kind of all I have for us at the moment. I'll continue to keep track of some of those river levels as we head closer to the 2 a.m. hour tonight. But for the moment, things are under control for our area, as most of that activity is to the north of us. So I'll put you back onto our radar so you can see everything as it plays out tonight. And I will see you guys at about 2 a.m. All right. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, just checking if my mic is on. Looks like it is. Meteorologist Grace Thornton here at KView. We are continuing to track a flash flood threat for the hill country overnight tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Now, I do have some good news, but also, again, it doesn't stay good forever. We're still going to be seeing that flash flood risk as we head further and further into our Sunday morning. But at least for the next probably hour, maybe hour and a half, as we trend towards about 4 a.m., things are gonna stay generally quiet in our area, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So if we take this full, our recent radar here, we zoom on in, of course you can see exactly where all the rainfall is falling out towards San Saba, Lampasas, those areas, and areas to the north of that. A lot of heavy rainfall happening in those areas. You can see an expanse of flash flood warnings there. Actually, just another one issued that you just saw. So most of that rainfall is going to start to stall out in that area, as you can already see, and some of that is going to start to back build into the Texas Hill Country a little bit closer to our KView viewing area, which includes Mason and Llano County. You can see all of that activity is basically outside of Mason and Llano County right now. But if I can just draw this for you guys really quickly. This sort of area that is blank in between these two isolated areas of thunderstorms, we'll say, the storms are going to sort of back build into this area and move into, kind of clip those areas of northern Mason County once again and kind of back build as we head out towards, I believe, the Menard area is where those current storms are going on, off towards the far west, out west of Mason County. So as we head into the next hour, 2 hours here, those are the areas we are going to be seeing the most activity kind of pop up in our area, but a lot of the activity to the north of us is really the only thing that we're tracking right now. And again, that is technically outside of the KView viewing area. For San Saba, areas off towards Lampasas, up towards Killeen, all these flash flood warnings up around these areas, I believe, extend all until 2:30 a.m. So those will, you know, continue for another hour and a half here. Actually, just another half hour. Sorry, I got my numbers mixed up there. But then if we head out here, we do have another flash flood warning to the east of El Dorado, and that is likely going to shift even further to the east as we head into the next hour or so here, as that shifts towards the Menard area, and even Junction could start to see some activity here in the next couple of hours too. So we're really looking for this region. There's going to start to be a connection here as we head towards 3 and 4 a.m. And until we kind of get there, basically our flash flood issues here in the hill country are not really going to start up until we start to see that. So at the current moment, we really don't have much going on in Mason and Llano County. I did for a minute there, you know, after our 10 p.m. show, I kind of thought that some of these lines of showers and storms, they were looking a bit more aggressive as for their initial spark. It was looking like a lot of this heavy rain was actually what we're looking at to the north of our area up here. That was expected to initialize over Mason and Llano and Gillespie County, and it initialized well north of that, which is good news for our region. But again, it just kind of leaves us in a blank space with not a lot to track until we are tracking something a little bit later on. So as for those areas seeing a lot of rainfall, wow, out towards Adamsville, these are rainfall totals of the last hour, only the last hour. So if we click just to the south of Adamsville here, ooh, over even 8.5 inches per hour. The National Weather Service in that area did say a little bit about this a while ago, talking about Killeen near Lampasas. Flooding is likely imminent I'll step to the side here. Flooding is likely imminent or ongoing across those areas. Short-term model guidance continues to indicate that this activity builds back southwestward, again, like I said, towards Mason and Llano counties, overnight into the hill country. Additional cells may develop as well and merge into the back building activity. The timing looks mainly to be beyond 3 a.m. into Sunday morning, with the greatest concern of flooding in our hill country counties. So basically, as we head towards 3 a.m. and beyond 3 a.m., that's when they believe that those rainfall totals are going to start to build up a little bit closer to our local hill country areas in Llano and Burnett and Mason County out there. That's when they suspect that most of those showers and thunderstorms will set up a little bit closer to home. For the KVUE viewing area. So again, a lot of significant rain going on in that area. We can actually check back on our LCRA hydromet, because I was tracking a rise in the Colorado River near San Saba, which is the last time I checked, it did peak. It peaked around 1:40 a.m., so about 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago, and the peak was around almost 9 feet, and the minor flood stage for the Colorado River in that area is going to be about 25 feet is the action stage, and then the major flood stage is going to be 30 feet. So well far and away, still have about 20 feet to go there. So while the river was certainly rising, it has crested near that 9-foot mark and doesn't look to be really shifting around too much more. There is still some activity obviously ongoing in that area, but for the moment it seems to have fallen back down just a little bit. Also seeing a little bit of a rise Colorado River at Bend. This is near the Cherokee Creek area, which thankfully there were some campers in that area earlier on tonight that have moved on. We got a little report from the Texas Parks and Wildlife Service, I believe, that were saying they had some campers move out of that area, which is good news, because the river is on its way back up in that region, not rising as swiftly as what we're seeing north of that region on Cherokee Creek, but again, it's just always good to be safe rather than sorry. So otherwise, across our rivers and the stages of our rivers have not reached any action stages, so minor flood stages, and they also haven't reached any major flood stages either. So that is good news. But of course, you know, we're starting to see some of that rain kind of build back into our region, and we are going to be tracking the potential for high impact flash flooding closer to the Mason County line and the Llano County line here in the next probably like hour and a half or so. So this update that I'm doing for 2 a.m. at the top of the 2 a.m. hour, this is likely going to be my last update for the night. I'm going to leave the radar up, and then when meteorologist Jordan Derensburg gets in here around 3:30 in the morning, maybe even into 4 a.m. in the morning, he's gonna, you know, kind of look through things, see what sorts of things need attention, and what sorts of rivers, maybe if the Llano River is starting to see some rising conditions, or out towards Mason, or even the Pedernales River down in Gillespie County, down towards Fredericksburg. We'll have to see what exactly is going on there a little bit later on today. Oh, because I am indeed getting a bit tired. Okay, so we have these ongoing flash flood threats north of our region. Again, we kind of have a stalled out boundary that was, I gotta back things up just a little bit to be able to show you where this stalled boundary is. So we had a mesoscale convective vortex, a very small area of low pressure just to the north of us, kind of set up north of us for this evening, which is a very similar setup to what we saw in Kerrville and Kerr County this time last week on July 4th. So this is something we're taking pretty seriously as we head through the next 12 to 24 hours, because we know, and as we're already seeing out towards that Adamsville area, we're seeing rainfall rates of almost, 9 inches per hour estimated by radar. So that is certainly significant, and we're going to continue to track that, especially if those types of rainfall rates start to enter our KVUE viewing area. I mean, that's something super significant, especially when you take into account that Burnett County, Williamson County, and Travis County all had people swept away last week. So I'm taking it seriously. I think the rest of, our viewers out there should certainly at least think about taking it seriously. Put those alerts, your phone on. The sound should be on tonight. Okay, so here's our flood watch. This is our most constant thing that we've seen over the past day or so. We've had this flood watch in place all day for our Saturday pretty much, and this will continue all day for our Sunday as well. It expires at 7 p.m. So no major updates for the flood watch. For our Sunday flood outlook, we now have transferred from Saturday night into Sunday morning. So this is what our Sunday flood outlook looks like. We are continuing to see that level 3 moderate risk for flash flooding and excessive rainfall for Mason, Llano, and Gillespie County. And then as we shift further east towards the I-35 corridor, we are under a level 2 slight risk, which is still something that we should be watching kind of closer to the Austin metro, I think. But again, kind of that main area of attention is going to be out towards the western hill country overnight tonight and into early tomorrow morning, where we're already seeing some flash flood warnings out towards the El Dorado area, between El Dorado and Menard right now. So they're starting to see things spark up. This is what things look like as we head towards, well, it's past 2 a.m. now, but as we head even further into the morning here, we start to see that connection of the westward storms and the northwest storms. So basically the areas north of us that are seeing storms and the areas west of us that are seeing storms, that's going to connect eventually, and then we'll see the training of those thunderstorms and heavy downpours. While they will be, generally pockets of heavy downpours, it's not going to be like a widespread, a widespread 5 inches. It's going to be just those pockets that, it's very, very hard to forecast, if not impossible to forecast, where those extremely heavy pockets of rain will end up, which is why we are taking this seriously as we head to bed tonight and turning those notifications on. So that was a look at midday. Now, as we head towards 3 p.m. tomorrow, the rain is still not gone, and we're still seeing additional rounds of rain in the Texas Hill Country. You can see pretty much on each pause point that I've gone through for your Sunday, we're seeing some sort of rain in the Hill Country until we get to Monday morning. We're not really expected to see too much drier conditions until the afternoon, until literally 7 or 8 p.m. on Sunday afternoon and evening. That's when that rain really starts to lighten up. Also hugs those coastal plains regions rather than the Hill Country or the I-35 corridor. So that's kind of what we're waiting for as we head into our day tomorrow. We're going to be waiting for kind of that 7 p.m. marker, where a lot of that rain is now going to shift east rather than favoring the central and western portions. So into about 3:30 a.m., 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, not seeing too much activity really make its way across those county lines for Mason and Llano. However, it's possible Burnett. That's been kind of a popular trending place for these models. They like to bring the rainfall to Burnett County, especially that north end. So that continues into 5 a.m. But also you'll note at 5 a.m. we start to see a little bit more rainfall. Those pockets of heavy downpours will start to initialize in front of the boundary rather than just along the boundary. That's why you're seeing some rainfall pick up in Austin and San Marcos and Lockhart. And then as we shift into 8 a.m. here, for our Sunday, that's when you really start to see those widespread pockets off towards the central and eastern portions. And then here's kind of our final, I made it go out too far. Here's kind of our final look at Sunday afternoon. This is as far as our HER model goes out. Widespread 1 to 2 inches in many places, and then pockets of potentially 2, 3, 4. The National Weather Service is calling for a widespread 2 to 4 inches and is also calling for isolated totals for anywhere in our flood watch, isolated totals of 9 to 12 inches. So they're expecting even more rainfall than what's being shown on this current model right now. So let's go back to our radar. Just check in on that really quickly. We'll kind of do another run through here, and I will pop off, and then Jordan will be back to kind of update y'all as we head into the morning hours here. So again, all of the actual flash flood warnings ongoing right now are north of our viewing area or west of our viewing area. That spot in the middle is going to start to fill in here in the next hour or so. It will take a little bit for that rain to fall and for you know, that connection to build and for there to be some strength there and some organization within this line. I don't think, you know, it's going to immediately cause a flood the second that a cell pops up over Mason County. It's going to take probably an hour or so to see anything, but that's something to note. And again, these accumulations are getting pretty interesting. In the last hour for Adamsville down towards, not exactly Killeen, but north of Lampasas, those rainfall rates are over 8 inches per hour, and extending across the Colorado River there, that is anywhere between like 4 and 6 inches per hour. So I do think there are going to be, you know, we've already noted a little bit of that river rise, but it's already crested, it's already gone back down, so no major worries there. And that would be along the Colorado River just north of the Buchanan Dam. And then the rest of us are dry for the moment until that kind of builds back to the south and southwest. Again, this is along a larger boundary associated with a mesoscale convective system. Things get very jumbled up in my mind, especially around 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m. So that, where you can see that kind of donut of that heavy rainfall, that's our mesoscale convective system. That's where we had a small area of low pressure develop later on tonight. That's why these models did not pick up on the potential for flash flooding early tomorrow morning, literally until 12 hours before it was going to happen. These things kind of come out of nowhere. It's very, very hard for high resolution models to pick up on these things, which is another reason why we saw that devastation in Kerrville. While it is able to be forecast early on, and of course we've known about the potential for some flood risk coming back into our area for some time now for this weekend, but as for legitimate pockets of rainfall and where they will set up and when they will set up, it is very much a process of hour by hour, minute by minute, exactly what is going to be laid out before you. Again, a lot of the rainfall we're dealing with north of our area, even tonight we thought was going to set up closer to those Mason County, Llano County lines. And at the moment, that's not what we're seeing, and that's okay. You know, I'm not upset at that at all. As we head later into this morning, again, things are going to change, but for the current moment, it's mostly north of our area. Again, here's that flood watch for you guys. It's going to affect areas along the I-35 corridor. It's going to take a while for that all to move towards our region. And again, this is going to be for the bulk of our Sunday into 7 p.m. on Sunday that we're dealing with the potential for this flash flooding. And we are also not the only ones dealing with this. For areas well west of us out towards West Texas, they actually have a flood watch that goes until just 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then this flood watch also extends up towards Dallas, down towards the San Antonio region. And for our flood outlook, again, we've kind of shifted the Saturday night outlook to the Sunday morning outlook, and that bullseye there to the west of Austin is where we are looking at the potential for high impact flash flooding as we head through the morning. And that's going to be that red area, Mason, Llano, and Gillespie County. And then we take a step down as we head closer to the I-35 corridor, but certainly something we need to watch as, you know, in light of recent events. We're definitely taking this flash flood potential a lot more seriously because there are very saturated soils out that way, you know, and even close to town too. And of course, there's just been a lot of loss in our region recently, and it's something that we would like to avoid. So again, here's what we're doing for the next couple of hours here into 6 a.m. We start to see that build back in across the hill country there, and eventually it reaches the I-35 corridor. But you can tell that even through 10 a.m. we've already been dealing with almost 1 or 2, maybe 3 rounds of rain for the hill country out there, or at least stalled rain for many hours. This is expected to build up and build up, you know, between now and 12 p.m. tomorrow. It's possible that we could see rainfall rates, you know, if you have a rainfall rate of 2 to 4 inches for multiple hours, that adds up very quickly, and of course can swell our rivers, our lakes, our creeks. Many of the flash flood issues and unfortunately fatalities that happened last week here closer to the Austin area, those creeks were more what saw the heavy rainfall and the flash flooding rather than our larger rivers. You know, a lot of the time we expect the Llano River, we expect the Pedernales River to be the ones that rise rapidly, but creeks are not out of that, you know, out of the wheelhouse at all. That's certainly something we see. So we'll be watching those southern areas of Burnett County out towards Marble Falls for sure as we head through tomorrow. And here's a look at 3 p.m. This is when we start to see some of that rain kind of shifting east. There'll still be some rain available in the hill country, unfortunately, and it's not until way later on Sunday. I keep forgetting to put a pause point there, but it's not until about, you know, maybe between 7 and 9 p.m. on Sunday that we see some drier conditions work towards us. I'll go back over the 7-day forecast, and it is almost 2:30. It's 2:23 on your Sunday morning. And of course, our 7-day forecast has shifted forward again because now it's Sunday morning and this is all messed up. But pretend our Monday here is actually Sunday. We still have a weather impact alert in place for tomorrow. Actually, let's just do this. Yeah, we have a weather impact alert in place for our Sunday. This extends through 7 p.m. on Sunday, as our flood watch also is set to set to expire at 7 p.m. on Sunday. Sorry, it is getting very late. My mind is not working. But this is going to be an ongoing process as we head through Sunday, so make sure to keep it here at KView. We'll let you know exactly what's up. Again, for the flash flooding, this is mainly for those 3 areas in our KView viewing area of the West Texas, or the, you know, Western Hill Country, Mason, Llano, Gillespie County. So Mason, Llano, Fredericksburg, Harper, Streeter, I believe, is out there as well. Make sure that those areas, if you got friends and family in those areas, that they're paying attention and have ways to get alerts throughout the day tomorrow. Again, this goes through 7 p.m. Audible alerts, I just want to make sure people have their phones turned on off silent. It's really imperative in these types of situations, if there is a flash flood warning, a flash flood emergency, if you know there is a risk of your life, you need to be able to hear these things, read it, and take action. I think that is possibly the most important thing dealing with a situation like this, because a lot of times with flash flooding, it's very hard to track until it's actually happening at the current moment. And By the time you learn that it's actually happening, sometimes it is only minutes that you have, just like a tornado warning, in order to kind of like save your life and your property around you. Okay, now that we've gone over that forecast, I am actually going to hop off here and leave you guys to our wonderful radar that we'll leave up all night long. And meteorologist Jordan Derensberg is going to be in here in about an hour, honestly. So, and we really haven't seen a lot of activity move into our area just yet. So, and we do have that space of about an hour. So I'm very confident that I can, get going and get a good night's sleep here. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow afternoon and evening, potentially with maybe another team member of our weather team here if things really start to go awry in the hill country. So I need a good night's sleep. You guys will be a-okay as we head into the next couple of hours here. I've just received a river forecast for the Guadalupe River. Which is set to rise. Which of course is where we lost a lot of people this time last week. So again, Kerrville is included in these areas that are upgraded to this level 3 risk. So we really want to take things seriously. It has risen to 8 feet and is expected to get to that 10-foot stage and potentially the moderate stage. So, yes, we need to remain vigilant, and we will, and we'll certainly keep track of that forecast for you guys and let you know exactly what's going on in our region. And I'll take you guys back to our radar.